Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. May I request that all delegates start walking into the room and take their seats? Yeah, please. Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How was that for a South African welcome? That's much better. May I give a moment just for everyone to settle down and so we can get our program going? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again, and welcome to the 53rd IFATSIA General Assembly 2025 that is hosted here in Cape Town, South Africa, hosted by ATNS and SATSIPA. Before we get into our program, I would like to invite Mr. Marais to come give us a brief safety briefing around the venue, and then from there we can get going. Mr. Marais.
Good morning, everybody. I trust my voice is loud enough. I'm going to look for some safety briefing for the property itself. Sorry, we can't hear you. Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, welcome everybody to my hotel, to the Cape Town Marriott Hotel. I trust that you'll have a phenomenal event with us for the rest of this week. Okay, so just in terms of fire, life and safety, and in the event of evacuation, there will be an audible siren played via the speakers that's in the locality of the venue. Important to note that the hotel is on a single knock system. Therefore, any false alarm in the building or any incident in the building, the fire alarm will activate. Please wait for a personnel member of the hotel to instruct you to evacuate should it be necessary. Okay, evacuation routes. On each side, to the left and right, exit through the doors. You'll end up at the canal. Please do not jump into the canal. It is quite cold this morning in the canal itself. Assemble there, and then a representative wearing a hard hat as well as a reflective vest will then take you further to the muster point. We will do a roll call to ensure everybody is present. Just in terms of smoking, the entirety of the building is a non-smoking building. The fire alarm system is monitored on a 24-hour basis. Bathrooms, if you exit out of the venue and you turn to your right, male and females respectively on the left and right hand side. There is first aiders on site should anybody require any first aid treatment, as well as trained firefighters. Just in terms of parking, for those of you who have parked at P3, please ensure your card is signed, your parking ticket is signed by a representative from the hotel to ensure you to exit the building, the parking building itself. Trust you guys will enjoy. Have fun, and we'll see you guys around. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marais. Ladies and gentlemen, may I additionally request that for the duration of the program, please put your phone on silent mode, or if possible, switch it off. It is often said that we live our lives through moments. You never know. The moment that may just trigger your life or your career may be happening at this very general assembly, and you may just be disrupted by that ringing of your phone. With that being said, I would like to invite all of us to stand as we are about to sing the South African national anthem. Thank you. You may take a seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sibusiso Habile. I am an ATSEP by profession, but today I will be your program director. I feel really honored and privileged to be entrusted with this responsibility. I'm not alone in this role. I am with 3 equally capable colleagues of mine who will be sharing this role over the next 4 days. But for today, I do have Odwa Makalima, who's seated right over there. Herself and I will help you to navigate this program for today. So we are really happy to have you all here for today and for the next 4 days. Would like to take a time and thank you for taking a moment to be part of this event under the theme addressing cyber threats against CNS ATM systems through collaboration, training, system thinking, and data-driven decisions. I trust that you are all looking forward to the thought-provoking and progressive discussions and the resolutions that will emanate from this IFATSA General Assembly. To kick off our program, I would like at this point to invite the SATSIPA President, Mr. Thomas Chauke, for the welcome address. Thomas.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Program directors, ATNS Chairman of the Board, ATNS Acting CEO, IKO Chief of CNS, Council Director Africa, IFATSA President and the Board, ATO Secretary General, SATSIPA Executive Team, ATNS Leadership, international representatives, fellow affiliates, stakeholders, and guests, I greet you all. It is a great honor for South Africa to host the 53rd IFATSA General Assembly. On behalf of SATSIPA and the organizing committee, I warmly welcome you to Cape Town. We are proud to host the global gathering of air traffic safety professionals, engineers, and experts. Over the next few days, we will engage in meaningful dialogues, share insights, collaborate on advancing air traffic safety electronic systems. South Africa values the IFATSA role as the global voice of ATSEPs and remains committed to improving the safety performance worldwide. This assembly is significant for ATNS and SATSIPA, as we recognize the vital contribution of technical staff, engineers, and software specialists who ensure the safe and efficiency of airspace. I extend a heartfelt thanks to the planning team, led by Duduzi Ndlovu, and to all of you who answered the calls to be here today. Under the theme, addressing cyber threats against CNS ATM systems through collaboration, training, system thinking, data-driven decision-making. May your discussion lead to actionable resolution that shape our future. Please remember, resolutions not implemented are as good as none. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to ATNS executive team for their unwavering support in making this conference possible. Your leadership, your guidance, and your commitment to advancing our professional have created the platform we are benefiting from today. We are truly grateful for the investment of resources, time, and trust that has enabled this gathering. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our sponsors, ATNS, AXA, Leonotech, Paramount SA, Rodenshas, Saka, Indra, Jotron, City, ACAMS, Entry Point North, Hensoldt, Harambe, Talas. We thank you for your generous support and commitment. Your contribution has not only made this event possible, but also strengthened our shared vision and purpose. We deeply appreciate your trust, partnership, and dedication to empowering this work. Thank you for walking this journey with us. I would also like to take an opportunity to wish all the ATEPs a happy ATEP International Day, celebrated annually on the 12th of November. Please enjoy South Africa's hospitality and the beauty of Cape Town. We hope you will return with the loved ones to explore it further. I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, President. And don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. In true South African style, he had to end it with dimming the lights a little bit. It is a great pleasure now to invite to the podium the IFADZE Africa Region Director, Mr. Sematlang. Please join us for a welcoming address.
I thought we'll equally dim the lights before I start my speech. I saw my dear brother from Nigeria, Ishaya Dung, is here. Madam Therese Henako is here. The Director of Safety, Electronics and Engineering Services from the Nigeria Airspace Management Agency is also here. My dear friend Chikere Okorafo is here. Therefore, I learned from them that once the first speaker has established a protocol, I need to stand or write on that existing protocol. So I request the House to permit me to stand on that existing protocol, and I present you the revolutionary greetings from South Africa. Don't ask me what it means. I also don't know what are the revolutionary greetings. But what I know is that I bring the warm greetings from the IFADZE region, Africa, which has been given this great opportunity by the Federation to host the 53rd IFADZE General Assembly. I'm certain you share in excitement of the gathering in the beautiful city of Cape Town, which we call the Mother City, especially those affiliates who shall remain anonymous or unnamed that passionately resisted in convening in Johannesburg. So as the listening region committed to a learning culture, we responded to your request and honored our pledge to adapt. Through the understanding and accommodating anchor host, we were able to secure this beautiful venue here in the Mother City. And we trust that we have met your expectations, and we are eagerly await your feedback to help us improve when we host again the IFADZE General Assembly in 2026 in the pride of Africa, that is in Kenya. I'm excited because my brother Eric Melly is here. I know he's very good at taking notes. So he will walk out here with a thesis to present back at home. And when you see what you see here today, it wouldn't have been possible without the unwavering support of the anchor sponsor and all the parties or partners who made this event both beautiful and responsive to the call. We continue to learn from the previous host in Africa, who included Nigeria in 2016, Tunisia in 2018, and Ghana in 2019. As the literature review reflects, we have grown accustomed to hosting the back-to-back IFADZE General Assembly, as we did in 2018 and 2019. We are doing it again in 2025 and 2026. I will be remiss if I did not acknowledge the exceptional work of the South African Air Traffic Safety Electronics Personnel Association and the ATNS planning team, guided by the IFATSIA Executive Board and supported by the Africa Region Affiliates Committee, whom I serve at their behest as the Director for Africa. A responsibility I discharge with humility and respect the assignment I'm entrusted to deliver. The robust engagement that led to the South African ATSEP Association spearheading this project have been unmatched. This gathering may not know that the journey began at the 50th IFATSIA General Assembly in Prague, in the Czech Republic, under the leadership of Ms. Orifile Mtombeni. The baton was then passed on to Ms. Yvonne Setswe for a short stint before being taken up by the current president, Mr. Thomas Chauke, and his executive team, who have planned this event with precision. I share this to illustrate the long and the fulfilling journey that brought us to this impeccable delivery. The theme of this assembly, as the president has spoken to, is addressing the cyber threats against the CNS ATM systems through collaboration, training, system thinking, and the data-driven decision-making. And this is just not a theme or a topic, it's a call to action. Cybersecurity is no longer a distant concept. It is here, and it demands our attention. So our response must be bold, in a sense that we need to collaborate beyond the borders. We need to train for tomorrow and not yesterday. We need to think in systems and not silos. We need to decide with data, not assumptions, or on what is famously termed the tried and tested. IFATSIA is ready to lead this transformation, and together we'll build a future where cyber threats are addressed swiftly and decisively. Training is prioritized to better prepare the unknown, and our decision will be solidified by data. Of course, we cannot be naive to the system thinking approach that will help us to guard against finding solutions to problems we do not understand. We commit to ensuring that cyber threats awareness training, collaboration, and system thinking and informed decision-making processes coexist seamlessly, and the ATSEP is empowered, and our systems are resilient against every threat. Let us leave this beautiful city, Cape Town, not just with memories, but with momentum, to shape the aviation's future with courage, creativity, and resolve to formulate solutions that will stand the test of time. I invite all the delegates to join hands in shaping this future with courage, creativity, and collaboration. And on behalf of Region Africa, I welcome you all to Africa and look forward to in-depth deliberations premised on finding solutions for the benefit of the flying public. And together, we can make our skies safer and more manageable for the next generation of aviation professionals. As we normally say when we are in Cape Town, Diabulela Ndozagut. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Asante sana. Obrigado. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu, for that address on behalf of IFATSIA Africa Region. Next up, we will have our welcoming address by ATNS Acting CEO, Mr. Matume Moholola. Please help me welcome him to the stage.
Program directors, thank you. A very warm welcome to the Chair of the Board of ATNS, Mr. Zola Majavu. I stand on the protocols that have been observed and established through the President, Mr. Chauke, and I wish to welcome you all. Good morning. It is a profound honor and privilege to stand before you today as the acting CEO of ATNS to extend a warm welcome to you here in Cape Town, a city affectionately known as the Tavern of the Seas. This iconic location is more than a scenic backdrop. It is a symbol of resilience, exploration, as well as innovation. And these are the values that define both our industry and our shared mission. This 53rd General Assembly is a convergence of purpose. We gather here to reaffirm our collective commitment to aviation safety, technical excellence, and the spirit of global collaboration. These are not aspirational ideals, but they are the very foundations upon which the integrity and reliability of international air travel rest. As I look across the room, I see a community of professionals whose expertise ensures that the safety of millions of passengers every day is guaranteed. The field of air traffic safety electronics is undergoing rapid transformation, driven by emerging technologies, increasing traffic volumes, and the imperative for cyber resilience. These challenges, of course, are real, and they are very complex and quite evolving. They are met head-on by our air traffic safety electronic personnel, abbreviated as ATSEPs, whose skill and dedication are nothing short of extraordinary. As IFATSEA President Frank Kofi Abiyahi so aptly noted, our strength lies in unity, innovation, and professionalism. This assembly is a crucible and a space where ideas are forged, knowledge is exchanged, and our shared standards are elevated. It is here that we recommit to the principles that safeguard our skies and empower our future. At ATNS, we are deeply aligned to these values. We understand that the future of air navigation services, especially in emerging markets, depends on robust partnerships, technological advancements, as well as continuous development of our people. Your insights, your experiences, and your collaborative spirit are vital as we work to enhance air traffic management across South Africa and the African continent as a whole. Let us use this week to engage deeply, challenge assumptions, and inspire progress. Let us build bridges of understanding and cooperation that transcend borders and transform aviation. I encourage each of you to contribute fully to the discussions, share your perspectives, your experiences, and help shape a safer, smarter, and a more connected future for global airspace. And beyond these walls, I invite you to experience the richness of South Africa, its culture, its people, and its spirit. May your time here not only be productive, but also be memorable and uplifting. Welcome once again to Cape Town. We are honored by your presence, and we look forward to a week full of meaningful dialogue and cooperations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matome, for those encouraging words on behalf of ATNS. We will now hear some words of support by NEMA engineer Therese Iheanacho. Let's please welcome her to the podium.
Good morning, Vice President. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate all of us for being here safely. I want to stand on the already established protocol. and then to bring you a warm greeting from Nigeria and IFASI members. It is a real privilege to attend before this community of professionals who day after day keep our skies orderly, safe through the quiet strength of technology and expertise. I bring warm greetings from the management and staff of Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, Nigeria, and from all the ASEP's safety electronic personnel in Nigeria. The theme of this year's assembly could not have come at a more appropriate time. Across the world, our work as air traffic safety electronic engineers now extends beyond maintaining physical systems. We are also guardians of the digital sphere that underpins modern air navigations. Every radar feed, every communication link, every data exchange in the CNS ATM network now carries a layer of vulnerability. A single breach, intentional or accidentally, can ripple across borders. What happens in one corner of the world can, within seconds, affect the integrity of the entire global airspace system. In Nigeria, we have come to appreciate that cybersecurity is now inseparable from air safety. Over the past 5 years, NAMA has taken deliberate steps to strengthen both the technology and the people who manage it, that is the assets. We have improved the resilience of our communication and surveillance infrastructure through ungraded system architectures. We have trained engineers and technicians in cyber awareness and incident response. We have also begun to integrate cybersecurity considerations into every new project design, treating it not as afterthought, but as a fundamental safety requirement. Yet, as valuable as these actions are, no single organization or nation can achieve cybersecurity issues alone. The threats we face do not carry passports, and they do not respect any airspace boundaries. That is why the call for collaboration, system thinking, and data-driven decision-making reschedules deeply. Collaboration means trusting one another enough to share information, not only about success, but also about near misses and lessons learned system thinking. Remind us that our technologies, our procedures, and our people from one ecosystem. When one part is weak, the whole system feels the strain. And data-driven decision-making ensures that
Our actions are not reactive, but informed by evidence and foresight. For me, this theme is not only technical, it is also philosophical. It reminds us that safety is not a static achievement, but a continuous responsibility. The pace of technological change in aviation means that what is secure today may be vulnerable tomorrow. Our readiness, therefore, must evolve just as fast as the threats we face. Let me conclude by saying this. Our strength as air safety electronic professionals lies not only in the system we maintain, but in the discipline, integrity, and shared purpose that unite us. If we continue to learn together, invest in our people, and keep open channels of cooperation, we can face any cyber challenges with confidence. On behalf of the Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, I thank IFACI for providing this platform and reaffirm our commitment to contribute actively to regional and global efforts that makes our skies safe, smarter, and more secured. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Teres, for that address and an insightful overview centered around the theme of this event. May I remind you once again, colleagues, to please keep your phone on silent because you really don't want to miss some of these nuggets that are being shared. I know we are still at the opening stage, but you can already pick some notes as we go along. Okay, we're going to move along now to words of support by IFATCA Vice President, Africa and Middle East, Mr. Ahmad Abba. May I have a round of applause as you welcome him.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Permit me to stand on the already established protocols by my dear colleagues and brother here, Sam. I am Ahmad Abba, the Executive Vice President for the International Federation of Air Traffic Controllers Association, IFATCA, for Africa and Middle East region. I'm here to represent the President of IFATCA and the Executive Board and all air traffic control community across the globe. It is a great honor and a genuine pleasure to stand before you today, not merely as a representative of IFATCA, but as a colleague, a friend, and a fellow professional who shares with you the same passion, the same dedication, and the same belief in what we do every single day, keeping our skies safe. I bring you the warm greetings of our President, Ms. Helena Jostrom-Fak, and the entire IFATCA Executive Board. They asked me to express not only our appreciation for this invitation, but also our deep admiration for the strength and unity of IFACIA continues to bring to the aviation community. When IFATCA and IFACIA meet, it never feels like two organizations. It feels like one big family reunion, because in truth, our destinies are intertwined. Air traffic controllers and air traffic safety electronics professionals share the same heartbeat of aviation. One cannot exist without the other. When a controller guides an aircraft through turbulent skies, it is because an asset somewhere ensured that the radar, the communication links, and the navigation aids all work flawlessly. And when an asset calibrates, monitors, and maintains those systems, it is with the trust that the controller will use them with skill, precision, and care. That trust, that invisible bond of professionalism, is the soul of aviation safety. It is what unites IFATCA and IFASIA beyond any organizational boundary. Our two federations have walked a long road together. We have stood shoulder to shoulder through every major evolution of air navigation, from the analog area to digitalization, from procedural control to automation, from isolated system to integrated ATM system networks. And through it all, one truth has remained constant. Safety depends on people. No technology, however advanced, can replace the human judgment, intuition, and dedication that both our professions bring to the system. Together, we have raised our voice for just culture, for fatigue management, for mental well-being, and for the recognition of human factors in every safety discussions. We have championed training, competence, and continuous learning as the backbone of operational excellence. We have collaborated on peer support, cybersecurity, remote tower operations, and AI integration, because we understand that the challenge of tomorrow must be faced together, not apart. Colleagues, the future of air traffic management is changing faster than ever. Artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, sustainability, and data-driven decision-making are rewriting the rules of our profession. But through all this change, one thing will never change: the need for skilled, passionate, and well-supported people. That is why our partnership matters more than ever, more now than ever. When we collaborate, when IFATCA and IFASIA move in harmony, we don't just adapt to the future, we shape it. Our cooperation inspires the next generation of air traffic controllers and ASEP to see not two professions, but one purpose: to connect the world safely, efficiently, and humanly. So let us continue to share our knowledge, our research, and our humanity. Let us continue to advocate for better working conditions, fair recognition, and stronger safety cultures. And let us continue to lift each other, because when one part of the system thrives, we will thrive. We all thrive. The skies has no borders, neither should our collaboration. As I close, I am reminded of a simple truth. Airplanes may fly because of technology, but aviation moves forward because of people. People like you, professionals, who wake up each day committed to making the system safer than it was yesterday. On behalf of IFATCA, I thank IFASIA for your partnership, your friendship, and your unwavering professionalism. Together, we will continue to build a future where safety, trust, and collaboration define every level of air navigation. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for the incredible work you do every single day to keep our skies and our world connected. Together, we secure the skies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amat Abba. Thank you. Next, we're going to have industry partner address by ATO Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Madam Margaret.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm an instructor, you know. So if your response is not, I may stop right here. Good morning. That's great. Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, still standing on the existing protocol. I am Margaret, the Secretary General of the Association of African Aviation Training Organizations. Okay? Do you know about this association? Not yet, but I'll tell you a bit about it. So it's indeed my privilege and honor to have this opportunity to bring to you the goodwill message from the AATO. You now know what AATO stands for. So on behalf of the council members, all members, I wish to convey my sincere gratitude for inviting us to be here and to speak to you and share our ideas on how we can address the training needs of the ATSEPs in Africa and also from other continents. So I appreciate the good work done by South African ATSEPs and the ATNS for making this event a very successful one. So far, so good. So the theme of the assembly, addressing cyber threats against CNS ATM systems through collaboration, training, system thinking, and data-driven decision making is a strategic fit with the AATO mandate, because AATO is supposed to train the professionals in Africa to make sure that they make the skies safer. So training is one of the item you have included in the theme, and this is why AATO is here. But not only that, you know, training is a strategic fit with AATO. If you have noted, the president of IFATSER is from a training organization. Are you aware of that? Not only that, the regional director, IFATSER Africa, is from a training organization. So hence, addressing the cyber threats against CNS ATM system through training is our obligation to ensure the availability of adequate and competent personnel. But do we know what CNS ATM systems play, the role they play in meeting ICAO strategic objectives of safety, air navigation capacity, and efficiency? So these very key important strategic objectives are part and parcel of the ATSEP's role. So it is very essential to note that the safety and all other ATSEP's responsibility are very essential for the compliance of ICAO SAPs and the improvement of safety oversight systems, accelerating the implementation. This one you may not be aware of, or as we sit down here, there are Abuja safety targets for the continent, whereby we need to improve the safety of the continent by improving the critical elements of the safety oversight for the continent. And one of the very important critical element, which is still very low, is critical element number 4, which is, can anybody say louder? Yeah, personnel, training and development. And this is a very key critical element, which also is very effective for lifting all the other critical elements. So in Africa, critical element number 4 is still very low. So we need to address it through training to make sure that we increase the effective implementation of the continent to the very higher level, which was initially 60 now, but we are setting the new target of 90% and above. Not only that, but we are also supposed to align our activities and training to make sure that we we align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the AU Agenda 2063 aspirations. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to encourage all participants to actively come up with fruitful deliberations for the benefit of the global aviation industry. The profile of our facilities, when I joined the industry, how many years ago? In 1981, it is very different with the profile we have now. It has migrated. By then, we had those vacuum tube amplifiers. But through training, we have transformed the industry to now very miniaturized systems. So training is part and parcel to make sure that we migrate safely, efficiently, and successfully. But I just noted, and I need to share with you, as we address the cybersecurity issue, it just crossed my mind. We have also to address the other systems that might affect our operations. Because we are here, we will share with our colleagues what happened when we had total shutdown of the London Heathrow Airport. It wasn't a CNS system, was it? But it was total failure. So when we address and take our industry or our profession to the next level, we should also look at what we can do differently and better, not only for the redundant systems, for our CNS systems, but also for the secondary systems like power, communication, and the rest. I once again thank you, the organizers, for this event, and all participants for making your time to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Margaret, for that lively and very informative address on behalf of ATO. We will now have an address by Kenso. Please help me welcome Mr. Thabani Mnyezo on stage for the address.
Good morning, and someone had to break the mold and just come with paper, you know. It's an eyesight thing, so that's my excuse. My eyes relate better to pure paper. I respectfully request to stand on existing protocols. Thank you very much. And good morning, colleagues and friends. And it is really an honor to be here in Cape Town, a city that reflects both heritage and the future of aviation in Africa. I stand here on behalf of CANSO. I bring greetings from our Director General, Mr. Simon Hockard, and from our members across the globe, which I assume you relate to very well. I called my boss, Director General. Some of you may know that we are transitioning from a Europe-based office to a Montreal-based office, which means in future my boss will be president. You know, in North America, they don't use Director General. This year's assembly theme, addressing cyber threats against CNS ATM systems through collaboration, training, systems thinking, and data-driven decision-making, could not be more relevant. It captures the essence of the challenge we all face, building resilience in a digital interconnected aviation ecosystem. This event also comes at a special moment for our partnership. This is the partnership between Kenso and IFASIA following the signing of the Memorandum of Cooperation between our organizations at the ICAO headquarters in Montreal about 2 months ago. This agreement formalizes what has long been true. Kenso and IFASIA share a common vision: a safe, innovative, and sustainable global aviation system where ATSEP professionals are recognized and empowered. Through this MOC, Memorandum of Cooperation, we have committed to modernizing ATSEP training to reflect emerging technologies such as AI, cybersecurity, visualization, and automation. 2, strengthening collaboration on cyber resilience and system protection, directly in line with this Assembly's theme. Promoting diversity, outreach, and workforce development to attract and retain the next generation of technical professionals. Advancing safety culture, system assurance, and operational excellence through joint initiatives. As Simon Hockart has said at the signing of our MOC, this agreement underscores the essential contribution of ATSEP professionals to the safe and sustainable evolution of global aviation. The role of ATSEPs in the future skies. The complete air traffic system, we call it CATS, and the related CONOPS, Concept of Operations for Future Skies, as developed under the CATS Global Council convened by Kenso and more than 80 leading organizations, including IFASIA, sets a long-term vision for the skies of 2045. A digitally integrated, highly automated, and globally seamless aviation ecosystem that remains safe, sustainable, and human-centered. ATSEPs are at the very center of this transformation. Every new concept, from system-wide information system management SIM to trajectory-based operations TBOs and advanced air mobility, depends on secure, resilient, and reliable CNS ATM systems maintained by skilled ATSEP professionals. The CATS CONOPS highlights that automation and AI will only succeed if supported by strong human-machine teaming. And that's the critical part. It's not about the machines replacing, it's the teaming between the two. And that's a learning that we need to go through. This is where ATSEPs are not just maintainers of the systems, but guardians of trust and safety in the digital era. In an age of increasing cyber threats, your role in ensuring systems integrity and continuity is absolutely vital. In an age of talent attraction to deliver the CATS vision and strong human-machine teaming make ATSEPs career magnetic, with clear entry pathways, modern curricula, and collaboration between IFASIA and Kenso, academia, and industry stakeholders will be essential in raising awareness of the opportunities within the ATSEP professionals. Talent retention. As the ATSEP role evolves with a strong focus on cybersecurity, automation, and systems integration, we must provide continuous opportunities of growth and development. Investing in ongoing training and upskilling programs is critical. What's the role for Africa and what is the opportunity? The Africa aviation system is entering a period of transformation driven by digitalization, integration, and sustainability. Through Kenso Africa and initiatives such as CATS Africa program, we aim to build technical capacity and leadership in emerging areas like automation and cybersecurity. We aim to strengthen coordination between ANSPs and ATSEPs associations and promote innovation adapted to Africa's operational realities. The collaboration between Kenso and IFATSIA gives us a framework to advance these goals together by developing regional training pathways, cyber response protocols, and data-driven safety improvements. As I close, colleagues, this assembly theme, cyber resilience through collaboration and training, reminds us that technology alone cannot secure the skies. It is people empowered with knowledge, system thinking, and partnership who will make the difference. The memorandum of cooperation between ourselves gives us this shared platform. The CATS platform gave us the shared vision. And gatherings like this one, gives us the momentum to turn the ideas into action. Together, we can ensure that ATSEP community continues to lead the transformation towards a safe, connected, and cyber-resilient skies across Africa and beyond. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mieza, for that address and just the emphasis on the importance of the role that ATSEPs play in the overall aviation industry. Up next, we will have our key stakeholder address by Mr. Lofter Jonathan. Let's please welcome him to the podium.
Good morning, distinguished aviation professionals, colleagues. It is a privilege to address you today at the IFATSIA General Assembly to explore how we may best support a continuing, efficient, safe, and resilient aviation. Having had the good fortune to work for ICAO, I hope to be able to bring you some insight into the current state of the art with CNS standards making. CNS is a vital cornerstone to keep the aviation system safe. Well, I don't need to tell you this, do I? Air traffic continues to double on a 15-year cycle. Last year, we saw 14,913 aircraft being airborne and transmitting ADS-B data simultaneously at one point in time. This number excludes general aviation. 15 years from now, we can expect this number to have doubled, 30,000 aircraft simultaneously. Not only do we need to accommodate all these aircraft safely, the airspace also has to remain efficient and environmentally sustainable. New demands on the aviation system, emerging technologies, innovative business models, and shifting human roles are creating both challenges and opportunities. These realities call for an urgent and continuing transformation of the global air navigation system so that aviation can continue to enhance social well-being worldwide. A few weeks ago, we had almost 3,000 delegates from 192 member states and 58 international organizations gather in Montreal for the 42nd session of the ICAO Assembly. Together, we discussed many of these challenges. As a result, 32 resolutions were adopted. 2 of these I will be discussing in a couple of presentations later today and on Wednesday. It is fitting that the theme of this General Assembly is to address cyber threats against CNS ATM systems. The aviation industry faces a rapidly evolving threat environment. Cybersecurity incidents targeting air traffic services, facilities, and CNS infrastructure, mainly GNSS, are becoming more frequent and sophisticated, and we have already seen a case where the target was civil aircraft. Our reliance on interconnected digital systems has introduced vulnerabilities that demand proactive measures. GNSS services, which are foundational to navigation and surveillance systems, are particularly susceptible to jamming and spoofing attacks, threats that can compromise operational reliability. In response to these challenges, ICAO has initiated several key efforts to safeguard aviation systems. These include integrating defense mechanisms for threat detection and response, enhancing civil-military coordination to address GNSS interference risks, retaining conventional navigation infrastructure for contingencies, and advancing federated digital trust approach to secure data exchange. Cyber resilience is no longer optional. It is a prerequisite for the future of aviation. Historically, CNS systems were designed without robust protections for communication channels or source authentication. Addressing these gaps through uncoordinated efforts risks creating fragmented solutions that hinder global interoperability. ICAO is working collaboratively with industry partners to develop globally harmonized standards and technical materials that ensure both safety and cyber resilience. This work focuses on open standards tailored to aviation unique needs, such as limited frequency bandwidth used by air-ground comm systems and small message sizes. Collaboration with organizations like RTCA, EUROCAE, and IETF ensures alignment with emerging technologies while addressing critical areas such as air-ground communications, satellite-based augmentation systems, and drone authentication. A cornerstone of ICAO's efforts is the federated digital trust approach, which establishes policies and practices for secure data exchange across aviation stakeholders, supporting global interoperability while safeguarding against cyber threats. Global navigation satellite systems are integral to modern aviation operations, supporting navigation across all flight phases. Surveillance systems like ADS-B, airborne safety nets, search and rescue operations, and unmanned aircraft systems. However, as I mentioned before, GNSS signals, they are vulnerable to intentional jamming and sophisticated spoofing attacks that can mislead avionics systems. To address these vulnerabilities, ICAO has embraced complementary positioning, navigation, and timing, or CP&T technologies, like inertial sensors and DME as near-term solutions. Additionally, alternative P&T strategies provide guidance during GNSS outages, while preparing for efficient transitions to advanced technologies such as LDAX, NAV, or Mode N. These efforts are guided by Assembly Resolution A42-8C, which you may recognize as A41-8C from 3 years ago, but we had some updates to it a few weeks ago. This resolution underscores ICAO's commitment to GNSS resilience by encouraging states to adopt secure CNS systems, integrating ground-based infrastructure with satellite capabilities. One critical and frequently overseen component for the provision of CNS is protected frequency spectrum, available on a global basis. Frequency spectrum is a scarce resource. You have all heard of $1 billion auctions where telecoms providers compete or fight for spectrum to provide cellular phone services. Aeronautical CNS uses a lot of precious spectrum that needs robust protection against interference. We cannot take it for granted that aviation retains access to this spectrum. We need to work hard for it. Let us, for instance, consider the instrument landing system, the very high required availability of ILS. Think of Cat-3 operations here, in thick fog, landing in thick fog. This availability is only possible if the frequencies that the service uses are free from interference. All of this being a reminder that air navigation service providers and CAAs They must collaborate actively with the spectrum regulatory authorities to ensure that aeronautical spectrum remains sufficient and safe. A critical enabler to modernize CNS while making best use of the spectrum resource is the ICAO ICNSS task force. This expert group is tasked with developing two key deliverables. The first deliverable is a roadmap for CNSS or CNS and spectrum evolution. These roadmaps outline near-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies for enhancing CNS services while ensuring global harmonization. The second deliverable is a streamlined framework for CNS and spectrum standardization. This framework is intended to simplify the structure of future Annex 10 provisions while accelerating the development of performance-based standards for CNS services. These deliverables will play a pivotal role in shaping the future of CNS by fostering innovation while maintaining interoperability across regions. The rapid emergence of drones, urban air mobility platforms, near space vehicles, and space tourism presents unique challenges for airspace management. These new entrants require innovative regulatory approaches to ensure safe coexistence with traditional aircraft operations. ICAO is working tirelessly to adopt its standardization processes to accommodate these advancements while maintaining safety as our top priority. As we look toward the future of CNS systems in aviation, harmonization is essential. By fostering collaboration amongst all stakeholders, ICAO aims to build a resilient foundation for next-generation technologies while addressing cybersecurity risks through globally harmonized standards, enhanced GNSS resilience and complementary solutions like CPNT and APNT strategies, and integrate new entrants into a safe and efficient airspace system. All of this while maintaining sufficient aeronautical access to protected frequency spectrum as appropriate for safety systems. This is not something ICAO does or can do on its own. We all need to work together towards this goal. Thank you for your attention. I look very much forward to the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lofter Johassen. We also look forward to your presentation on Wednesday. I believe I speak for all the delegates who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a quick pulse check. Are you still here? Yes. Are we inspired up to this point? We are. Thank you. It's good to hear that. It is a great honor and privilege to invite the next speaker to the podium, the IFATSA President, Engineer Frank Kofi Appiagyei, for the opening address.
Thank you very much. Good morning. In humility, I wish to ask that you allow me to proceed on the existing platform that has already been established. Ladies and gentlemen, I consider it a great honor to welcome you all to the 53rd IFASI General Assembly here in Cape Town. This city, rich in history and diversity, provides the perfect arena for our deliberations under the theme, Addressing Cyber Threat Against CNS ATM Systems through Collaboration, Training, System Thinking, and Data-Driven Decision Making. First of all, allow me to express our deepest gratitude to the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, ATNS, for hosting us. ATNS has long been a pillar of aviation safety in Africa, and their support for this assembly demonstrates their commitment to international collaboration and technical excellence. Equally, I wish to recognize the Air Traffic Safety Electronics Personnel of South Africa, SASEP. Your dedication, professionalism, and technical expertise are the backbone of safe skies in this region. Every radar you maintained, every communication systems secured, every navigation aid that you collaborate are only but the invisible threads that hold aviation safety together. You embody the very essence of IFASI's mission, and today we celebrate your contribution. Thank you very much. This General Assembly is etched in history as one of the important milestones in our Federation's journey. It provides us with the opportunity to reflect on where we were, where we are now, and where we will be together. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to also thank the head of the ICAO Communication, Navigation, Surveillance, and Spectrum for his presence in this assembly. Sir, your participation is a powerful signal of the growing recognition of IFASI's role in the global aviation community. It underscores the fact that technical professionals like ASEP are indispensable in shaping the future of air traffic management and ensuring the safety of international aviation. This year, IFASI proudly participated in the 42nd ICAO General Assembly. This was also a historic moment for us. We brought the voice of the ASEP to the global stage, contributing to the discussions on modernization of CNS ATM systems, cybersecurity and aviation infrastructure, and sustainability and green technologies. The critical and technical professionals that ASEP are such that we continue to function in the role that enhances safety in the aviation industry. Our interventions at the ICAO General Assembly were well received, and our presence at the ICAO 42nd Assembly affirmed that IFASI is not just a professional federation, but a trusted partner in shaping the future of aviation safety. Today, as we all stand together more than ever, our membership continues to grow, reflecting both geographic diversity and professional excellence. Our media and communication teams are helping us to share our work more widely, strengthen our visibility and impact in the aviation sector. We are not just keeping pace with change, but we are helping to drive it. The theme for this assembly, addressing cyber threat against CNS ATM systems through collaboration, training, system thinking, and data-driven decision-making, speaks directly to the role of ASEP in the future of aviation safety. ASEP would remain the custodians of the CNS ATM systems. Our expertise will ensure that radar and communication links and navigational aids functions flawlessly. Without our technical expertise, aviation safety cannot be guaranteed. ASEP continue to remain the technical nerve center of the air navigation systems and the infrastructure. Do you believe that, please? Aviation is inherently international, and ASEP would collaborate across borders to harmonize standards, share best practices, and respond to emerging challenges such as cybersecurity threats. Ultimately, our work is about protecting lives. Every safe landing, every secure communication, and every reliable navigation signal is a testament to the dedication of the hard work of the technical professionals. To sustain and expand our participation in ICAO, we must secure reliable funding. Our strategies would include partnership with industry, engaging technology providers and aviation stakeholders to sponsor IFASI's technical representation at both ICAO and other international technical meetings. These strategies will ensure that IFASI's voice continues to be heard at ICAO expert panels, where decisions shaping the future of aviation are made. Recently, the decision on IFASI's requests at the ICAO General Assembly have been referred to the expert panel. In closing, distinguished delegates, the challenges ahead are significant, but so too are the opportunities. With the dedication of our members and the entire assembly here, we will continue to advocate and lead. We will continue to advocate and be the lead voice on the air traffic safety electronics personnel competencies, knowing that the skies of tomorrow certainly will rely on our technical expertise and the work we do today. Let us therefore participate in the full agenda of this assembly and make it a better and fruitful one. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your attention. Asante sana, siyabonga, bye danki, merci à tous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Frank. Indeed, it will be a fruitful one. Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, let me once again invite ATNS Acting CEO, Mr. Matume Moholola, to introduce the next speaker for us. A round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, once again, allow me to introduce Mr. Majavu, Zola Majavu, Chairman of the ATNS Board. He is a senior lawyer, a seasoned one for that matter, with 32 years of practice. Amongst other roles he has held, it's one of being the acting judge of the High Court of South Africa. He's a chartered director, registered with the Institute of Directors in South Africa. He also served in other roles within the transport family, one being the Road Traffic Management Agency for quite a number of years. And guess what? He's a pilot for the helicopter and fixed wing, you name it all. He's an aviation management enthusiast, a philanthropist in his own right. He's an all-rounder, and the list goes on and on. Please help me welcome Mr. Zola Majavu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Permit me to dispense with the pleasantries with regard to salutations as I align myself fully with the established protocol. I always brag about ATSEPs because when I first discovered what they do behind the glare of the naked eye and the cameras, I was awestruck about how little I knew about aviation. Confession time, whenever the concept aviation came to my mind, I always thought of the beautiful ladies who serve us chicken or beef, the pilots and the Dreamliners. And in my later years, I came to realize that actually the real McCoys of aviation are you. Because without you, you can't talk about aviation. And ever since that realization dawned to me, I brag as if I'm an engineer myself. But it is out of a sense of pride and admiration of what you do to keep the skies safe. As a good starting point, may I invite you to give yourselves a big round of applause for making sure that you got here safely. You got here safely and efficiently. El Presidente, the skies of today are the same skies of 1972 and will be the same skies in the future. But the role of the ATSEPs will remain the same, differently nuanced as you keep apace with the developments. On behalf of the people of the Republic of South Africa, the President, the Minister in whose stead I appear before you, the Minister of Transport, please accept our hearty welcome to our shores. Of importance, we are gathered here today alongside numerous other equally important international engagements. And we are incidentally about to hand over the baton of the G20 to another continent. And there are many meetings that are happening alongside this assembly. But as South Africans, we say we tumble with the brief, we do more with less, while we remain open to learn from each other and the collective wisdom of those who might have walked the journey ahead of us. So it is with deep honor and immense pride that I welcome you on behalf of the board, of the directors of the ATNS, and the broader South African aviation community to the 53rd General Assembly of the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Associations, if you like, IFATSIA. We are privileged to host this prestigious gathering in Cape Town, a city affectionately known as the Tavern of the Seas. Some of us call it the Mother City. You can call it whatever you like. Here, where the majestic mountains meet the vast Atlantic, we find a fitting metaphor for aviation itself, a convergence of strength, beauty, and boundless possibility. Cape Town's vibrant energy and rich cultural heritage offer an inspiring setting for the important work we undertake together this week. This assembly reaffirms our shared commitment to aviation safety, technical excellence, and global collaboration. As custodians of national airspaces, we understand the integrity of our individual systems is inseparable from the strength of our global network. Your presence here is powerful, yet gracious testimony to that interconnectedness. This organization, which was founded in 1972, represents a very special group of professionals and has achieved a number of key milestones. These include, but are not limited to, guiding the development of the regulatory standards through strategic partnerships and participation in organizations like ICAO, knowledge and skills sharing, significantly contributing to safety and safety incident investigations, contributing to relevant technology initiatives, and providing a unified voice for the ATSEPs. These achievements enable the current and the future challenges as well as opportunities with greater confidence. Today, IFATS operates in a fast-changing world beset with a range of challenges while facing exciting opportunities too. One of these major changes facing the ASEP is a significant growth of cyber threats. Today's ASEP would thus have the challenge and opportunity of quickly developing relevant skills to deal with this. And in my heart of hearts, I have no doubt that you are equal to the task. This conference takes place in the context of key events. One of these is the G20 summit that will be taking place from the 22nd to the 23rd of November, where we'll be handing over the presidency to the United States of America. It will be interesting to see who graces our shores. A number of meetings have been held in preparation for this, hence the hive of activity even affecting the availability of accommodation. Another key event taking place alongside this General Assembly here in Cape Town is the Africa Tech Festival 2025. And guess what? The issues about which we will be sharing ideas are also the center stage, accepting that we take the view that African solutions for African problems as a starting point, while we look beyond the borders of our country to collaborate with those who might have the wherewithal and the expertise that we are otherwise privileged not to have had, but something we are aggressively dealing with, and thanks to your cooperation and willingness to assist. Of big importance in all of these events is that the role of the Global South in matters of governance, technology, and innovation has become more important than was ever imagined before. As we hand over to the hosts of the 54th IFATSIA General Assembly in 2026, I would like to highlight some of the opportunities and challenges that might arise from this week's deliberations, and these include, but are not limited to, just 3 bullet points. Developing and preparing for future systems in line with the fast-changing world that has been referred to above. And in support of this, there's a need to ensure that beyond training, work needs to be done to prepare a future fit workforce that has the technical, developmental, and ethical capabilities to meet these challenges. Greater momentum in contributing to Agenda 2063 challenges, that is the Africa we want, whose aspirations are far-reaching positive implications, amongst others, for the global aviation community. In addition to the work being carried out by the likes of FCAC and ASECNA, there needs to be greater drive towards African developed systems to complement the work the likes of Eurocare and reduce the dependence of such a large and rich continent. And this we say with respect, in all humility, but with the firmness of conviction that we can amass. ATNS, in proud partnership with the South African Air Traffic Safety Electronic Personnel Association, is honored to host you. We recognize and celebrate the vital role you play, the often unsung heroes. The Assembly provides a platform to elevate contributions and collectively shape our profession. And this is me putting myself in there. As we embark in a week of dialogue, learning, and collaboration, let us embrace the power of unity. The challenges facing global aviation, from technological disruptions to cyber resilience, capacity demands, are indeed complex. But our shared knowledge, innovative spirit, and unwavering professionalism will guide us forward. We are not merely discussing systems and standards, we are defining the future of air travel for generations to come. The skies of 1972, the skies of today, and the skies of the future remain firmly in our hands and our intellectual arsenal, about which we have no deficit. May your time in Cape Town be intellectually enriching, personally rewarding, and filled with the warmth of South African hospitality. We look forward to engaging with you, learning from you, sharing what we may know with you, and strengthening the bonds that unite us in this vital endeavor. In Africa, we say, I am because you are. We are because you are. May the good Lord and all your ancestors and the deities that you believe in guide us through a week of what I believe will be a game changer in aviation safety. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Majavu. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming almost to the end of our morning session. So I've decided, because many years ago, when Mr. Mieza joined us at ATNS, I had 1 or 2 sessions where I worked with him and I was inspired. So I thought this last segment of my presentation, I'll use the paper, just so that you are not alone. All right. On behalf of the host, we do have a token of appreciation for our speakers for this morning. Please note that it's not all of them. So if you notice 1 or 2 of our speakers being omitted, it's not because we don't like them or we didn't like their presentation. It's just that they are more aligned to the host than the others. With that being said, my colleague here, Odwa, is here to assist me. Let me see, the gentleman with the camera is there. So I would like to call first Engineer Therese. Please, can you come and receive a token of appreciation? Thank you. Then next we'll have Mr. Amat Abba. Thank you. After him, we'll have Madam Margaret. Thank you. And next, we'll have Mr. Lofter. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Tabani Mieza. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers. Next, then I'll hand over to my colleague Odwa for the announcement.
Okay, we just have a few announcements before we have our first break for the day. We will now have our General Assembly photo session. It will be taking place outside by the hotel entrance. I think we will have someone assist with ushering everyone up to the spot. Tepo will assist, yes. Tepo will assist us in ushering everyone up to the photo spot. Thereafter, we will have our coffee break. There are 2 coffee stations, one to the left of the auditorium, you would have seen. The second one is to the right, just behind the stairs here. Please take the time to also just network and get to know one another. We will commence with our next session at 12 o'clock sharp, right here in the auditorium. For those that have not registered, please take the extended break to complete your registration as well. Thank you. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Apologies. Sorry. Please also take this time to just visit our exhibition stands. You will see them to the left as well, next to this coffee station. Thank you.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah.
Hello? Eh, okay, 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 it's okay, 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 olobi, lelo, okoli, tsukuri, tsu, okay, 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 tsuku, yeah, c'est bon.
Yeah, they will see. Welcome back, everyone. Can we please start taking our seats so we can proceed with our program for the day? Okay, it's 12 o'clock sharp, so we will now start with our next session. Welcome. Hopefully you enjoyed the coffee and the finger eats, and also hopefully you met one or two new people. Please note the QR code that's on the, can we please settle down and maybe close the doors as well? Thank you. Please note the QR code that's up here is for the agenda and the catalog for the assembly. So please feel free to scan it and you can just download the catalog and have the agenda on your device. If you have not yet found a seat in the auditorium, you are more than welcome to utilize any open seat at this time. So we'll now proceed with our program for the day with a presentation titled Global Activities and Initiatives Related to CNS and Spectrum by ICAO Chief CNSS Section, Mr. Lofter Jonathan. Let's please welcome him back to the stage.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So happy to be here again, and I will begin. I think this will take about 50 minutes. I hope I will not bore you to death. The intent is to well provide some information. So if you have questions, and if we don't have time afterwards for doing those questions, as I suspect, then well, I will be here for the remainder of the week. So so happy to discuss. And you note in my title there, it also says Acting Chief Global Interoperable Systems. This means that I'm acting for information management and cyber resilience as well. So in my presentation, you will see me touching on cyber issues. Okay, enough for that. So this is what I will be going through. I will start with setting the scene and be a little bit provocative, I hope. So some generic problem statements. They are all interconnected or interdependent. Aviation is easily described as a niche industry with very unique requirements, heavily safety regulated, stringent safety and oversight culture, the end result being that it is safer to fly than cook a meal in your own kitchen. This comes at some cost, though. It may stifle innovation due to the risk of high investment. CNS equipment availability and uptime is typically regulated against a very stringent requirement, orders of magnitude higher than that of, say, telecoms. You wouldn't want a glitch in your navigation, or to use an analogy, you wouldn't want your call to be dropped while landing an aircraft in thick fog. An aircraft is very expensive, yet the profit margins of an average airline are remarkably thin or modest when compared with many other industries. The typical life cycle of a commercial aircraft is typically in excess of 25 years. During that life cycle, you would normally want to avoid major avionics upgrades. Those tend to be very costly. Certification issues, downtime, apart from the costly avionics and rewiring. ICAO SARPs, as they are international regulation, the development and approvals process is very long, but they are necessary to ensure harmonized rollout and interoperability on a worldwide basis. A further dampener to innovation is the complexity of the standards environment. As avionics have become ever more complex technologically, there is insufficient clarity on what level of detail should be contained in ICAO SARBs and what can better be accommodated by other standards organizations, developing voluntary standards rather than regulations. And very importantly, the global consensus process seems to be lacking. We have seen several new technologies being innovated and standardized during the last 25 years, yet some of them are just now entering an early rollout phase and in few limited regions or areas only due to the lack of a global approach. All of this has an impact on the frequency spectrum use of aviation. Spectrum is a limited shared commodity. Aviation does not own or have implicit rights to spectrum. Aviation, like any other user, has to demonstrate its requirements as a responsible user of the limited resource. Aviation has to be a spectrum efficient user. If not, then we run the risk of being challenged by the spectrum regulators. We run the risk of increased interference or loss of spectrum to other users, with resultant loss of airspace efficiency or safety. To maintain spectrum efficiency in a world of continuous evolution of the state of the art in electronics and radio, we need to keep innovating our avionics. Spectrum is a highly limited and valuable resource. And I know you have all heard of those billion-dollar auctions selling of 5G spectrum to mobile phone service providers. That spectrum comes from other users. To manage the spectrum resource, the ITU World Radio Communication Conferences, they are held every 4 years. They could be described as an iterative process to allocate spectrum to users that deserve it the most, thus optimizing the socio-economical gains from this valuable resource. By the way, what you see here on screen, this is a quote that to me describes quite well how the trading is done with spectrum in that process. It's not always upright and fair, let's say. A consequence of this is that aviation, like any other user, needs to engage in this process through dialogue with the national radio spectrum regulatory authorities, and preferably by direct participation in the process, working with the radio regulatory authorities and attending regional WRC preparatory meetings, attending the ITU preparatory meetings, and attending the World Radio Communication Conferences themselves. Okay. Okay, so back to our world. When we look at this modern glass cockpit, well, this is actually an Airbus A380, which is now out of production. I could have picked a Boeing 777X rather than an A380, but or any other commercial aircraft, the cockpit looks pretty much the same. It looks modern. When we look at all these screens, we could maybe be forgiven to assume that what is behind it is equally modernistic. Yes? Well, on this slide, you see the dates when the CNS systems leveraged by that glass cockpit were standardized. 1950 was the publication date of the first version of ICAO Annex 10. Already at that time, we had VHF communications, ILS, we had VOR, basically the same systems we use today. The first version of DME was standardized in 1950, then a revised version in 1952. This is the version we use today. Secondary surveillance radar, 1958. A number of incremental updates since, SSR Mode S, ADS-B, but fundamentally it is still the same system. The frequency use and modulation techniques are the same. Airborne Collision Avoidance System, or TCAS. The work on the standard started in the late 1950s, but it wasn't ready actually until 1995. Satellite communications, 1995, but now we have 2 constellations to choose from. VDL Mode 2 standards became applicable in 2001. Now, almost 25 years later, it is still in the process of being rolled out. You get the picture? Okay. So this slide is for a little bit of context. It looks at the main competition in terms of spectrum access. The telecoms industry is a mass market industry, rapid innovation, blazingly fast technological evolution. But their services are not designed in a manner that would satisfy the stringent aeronautical safety requirements. They are seeking more spectrum. In comparison, aviation is a small niche industry. Very robust systems, extremely high availability, integrity, and continuity requirements. Heavily regulated, strong safety culture, associated liability issues. I think we really must give kudos to technology investors being brave enough to engage with us. How many commercial or international aircraft are there? About 35,000 only. Again, frequency spectrum is worth billions of dollars. We are sometimes told by radio regulators that aeronautical bands are underutilized. Our current CNS systems, they all work great. They're sufficient for our current capacity requirements, but their spectrum efficiency could be better. Spectrum is a limited commodity. It is an ITU radio regulations requirement that spectrum use be efficient, be sustainable. The frequency bands our CNS systems operate in, they are often considered by the radio regulators for sharing with non-aeronautical users. The message here is, yes, we do need to work with radio regulators, work in the World Radio Communication Conference environment. But in addition to that, if we don't find means to evolve our systems at a reasonable rate ahead of the curve, then aviation may, or actually will ultimately lose the ability to provide CNS ATM at the current high quality of service that our airspace separation standards are built upon. Okay, so enough on, well, so a bit of continuation on that. I did touch this morning on the ICNSS task force, and this is on that. So recently, the question has been becoming louder whether our current processes can keep up. We wonder how we can facilitate the introduction of new techniques and tools into aviation more rapidly while continuing to reduce our risks. While in terms of CNS standardization, our technological approaches need to be modern, spectrum efficient, while continuing to be super robust and safe. There's a wealth of ideas for improvement in each of our stakeholders' environments. Users in the field are the ones to see the problems with existing tools and procedures, and also capable of providing practical and real-world solutions. The aviation landscape is becoming increasingly complex with rapid emergence of new stakeholders, including drones, urban mobility, new or near space vehicles, space tourism. So the question is, can we keep up? When we say new entrants, we are not just talking about the drones we have today, but those that go high and fast, those that go high and slow, as well as spaceships under autonomous control. We have spacecraft taking off and operating in fully autonomous mode while landing on their feet. We have millions of drones flying around below 400 feet, and all of this has happened only in the last couple of years. and far faster than we ever imagined. In order for growth to continue in a safe and secure manner, we need to establish technological solutions that provide information as and when needed and effective remote piloting control. What information is needed? How is it exchanged? And are these channels secure? Is the information available in a timely fashion and in a digestible presentation? This slide shows the two main challenges that will be faced towards the evolution of integrated CNS systems. There is, of course, the spectrum challenge, which I have touched upon already. Institutionally, there are two main concerns: slow adoption of new techniques or technologies across the globe, and the regulatory framework needing to accommodate the accelerating pace of innovation. While these are a natural consequence of aviation being a global and safety-oriented industry, they need to be addressed promptly and effectively so that the aviation industry can benefit from the technology evolution and innovation, allowing aviation to keep pace with its own rapidly changing operational needs. To begin working towards conquering those challenges, ICAO established the ICNSS, or Integrated CNS and Spectrum Task Force, with two main goals: to prepare CNS and spectrum roadmaps, leveraging recent state-of-the-art advances of CNS technologies, to ensure that the aviation sector remains a responsible user of the spectrum resource, while also focusing on safety, security, efficiency, and sustainability of global aviation, and to propose a standardization framework for CNS systems and spectrum. This framework includes the definition of a new approach for the development of standards and recommended practices, or SARPs, and detailed technical standards by leveraging a more performance-based approach. This strategic roadmap is expected to provide a common vision shared between states and industry for CNS and spectrum evolution in the medium and long terms, as an enabler for more efficient and cost-effective CNS solutions, to extend the planning horizon of the Global Air Navigation Plan, and help maintain efficient use of spectrum through the usage of state-of-the-art technologies. With this as basis, high-level roadmaps have been developed, introducing a strategic roadmap showing the challenges and progress made towards the resolution, a trend line towards spectral efficiency and indicating specific trends and phases in the management, maintenance, and defense of aeronautical spectrum, while exploiting the spectrum in an increasingly efficient manner and enabling ICNSS where appropriate. And a trend line towards the integrated CNS and spectrum global concept, showing how emerging trends in CNS systems and practices will directly address these challenges. With this as basis, the task force has continued to develop detailed conceptual roadmaps on threads such as airspace integration, including UTM and ATM, formation flights, TPO and 4D trajectories, cooperative trajectories, capacity on demand, new entrants, and automation. Here's a sample slide on the integrated CNS trend. It shows a timeline and the prerequisites needed to make integrated CNS systems a success. In addition to attempting to develop a vision or roadmap of CNS systems evolution, the ICNSS task force is also looking into how to streamline the CNS standardization framework. Assembly Resolution 39-22 instructs that the SARPs must be clear, simple, and concise, and that the content of the SARPs must be mature and stable. The SARPs provide requirements to ensure safety, security, efficiency, sustainability, and interoperability. SARPs are intended to be high level and performance-based. Although significant efforts have been made to move Annex 10 towards a performance-based methodology and to reduce or rationalize the size of Annex 10, the lack of a well-established process has hampered this. Performance-based standards in comparison with prescriptive standards may be appropriate and contribute benefits such as flexibility when used to support operational or airspace requirements. However, only focusing on performance-based metrics can result in an outcome that lacks essential details to ensure interoperability between air and ground-based systems. A balance is needed. We need to minimize the need for technical detail specification required in SARPs. SARPs are in essence national law or regulations. While, however, we need to ensure that they include sufficient detail on system operation and performance metrics, all while also ensuring interoperability by ensuring that verified and validated related technical specifications are available to states to ensure global interoperability and compliance with other regulatory and certification requirements. To name some benefits of developing such a framework, well, we would need less frequent amendments to Annex 10. We would have better link to other standards or specifications developed outside of ICAO. Support to speedy implementation of new technologies, and closer coordination between standard-making organizations to facilitate timely deliverable of all provisions. The ICNSS task force is pretty close to its final deliverable to be presented to the Air Navigation Commission, which will happen early next year. You will find an early draft of its work actually linked to a paper for not the assembly this year, but the previous assembly 3 years ago. Hopefully, we will have a more mature document out in a few months after after we have discussed with the Air Navigation Commission. But unfortunately, I cannot present this to you now, at least not publicly. Okay, so next chapter, CNS and cyber resilience. The aviation industry is facing a rapidly evolving and increasingly complex threat environment. We need to be ready for frequent and sophisticated cybersecurity incidents targeting the facilities of air traffic services and the CNS infrastructure. Our growing reliance on interconnected digital systems has introduced vulnerabilities that we must address proactively. Global navigation satellite services which underpin much of the modern air navigation and surveillance are particularly susceptible to jamming and spoofing attacks, which can severely compromise operational reliability. To counter these threats and to enhance CNS resilience, ICAO has initiated several key efforts. Integration of defense mechanisms for threat detection and response, enhanced civil-military coordination to address GNSS interference risks, retention of essential conventional navigation infrastructure for contingency support. In other words, the DMEs are back. Implementation of trust frameworks for protected and resilient data exchange. In response to heightened awareness of security-related events following the events of September 11, 2001, ICAO has now over 20 years ago started on this work, taken a number of steps to enhance aviation security. To address the growing threats of cyber attacks, ICAO's Doc 8973, or the Aviation Security Manual, now includes a dedicated chapter on cybersecurity, specifically Chapter 18, which focuses on cyber threats to critical aviation information and communication technology systems. This addition underscores ICAO's commitment to addressing emerging threats in a proactive and comprehensive manner. And this is just a start, of course. Safeguarding the air traffic management system from security threats and vulnerabilities is essential for maintaining the safety and integrity of air operations. ATM protection refers to the internal security services that are provided and consumed by the air traffic service providers. This includes cybersecurity measures to protect cyber systems and physical protection measures to secure facilities. In addition to protecting the ATM system itself, it is also crucial to provide security services that contribute to broader civil aviation security, national security, and defense efforts. ATM security operations encompass a range of activities aimed at detecting, preventing, and responding to security threats. These operations may include cybersecurity services, physical protection of facilities, collaboration with national security and defense agencies. To ensure the long-term security and resilience of aviation, we must prioritize cyber resilience. Civil aviation CNS systems were largely designed without significant consideration for protecting communication channels or authenticating sources. As a result, there are inherent vulnerabilities that must be addressed. To avoid creating a disjointed set of incompatible technical solutions, ICAO expert groups are working collaboratively to tackle these challenges in a coordinated and globally harmonized manner. These efforts focus on developing and promoting common standards and technical materials that will enhance both safety and cyber resilience in the future. This work is built on open standards, taking into account the unique challenges of civil aviation CNS communication links, such as the very limited bandwidth and relatively small message sizes that we work with. Specifically, ICAO is developing provisions for cyber resiliency in CNS systems in several key areas. For air-ground communications, protecting air-ground communications in the aeronautical communication domain, satellite-based augmentation systems, authenticating augmentation signals against impersonation, identification and authentication of drone aircraft. This work is being closely coordinated with industry standards bodies such as RTC and EUROCAE for associated minimum aviation system performance standards, or MASPs, and minimum operational performance standards, or MOPS, as well as technology groups like the Internet Engineering Task Force, IETF, for the work with drones. Information exchange by trust frameworks is a key enabler for making CNS systems resilient to cyber events. Trust frameworks provide each point in the system with the ability to understand who a given message came from, and that it has not been altered during its transmission. This is accomplished by stakeholders establishing common policies, methods and technology and technical requirements, all based upon work being done collaboratively in the ICAO expert groups. Trust frameworks allow for protected and resilient information exchange by a focus on interoperability across stakeholders in confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information, and having robust methods for authenticating people, systems, and information so that aviation stakeholders can have confidence in the information presented to them. A trusted, authenticated, and integrity-focused exchange of information is a key enabler of cyber resilience across a number of CNS systems, including air-ground and ground-ground communications, GNSS, and emerging areas such as UTM. Okay, so to illustrate this and how aviation is different, here is an example. Here we have a data link message that through a trust framework implemented between the tower and aircraft does not pass its digital signature validation. This could be due to a number of factors. The message is not authentic, the message was corrupted, or some other reason. The precise nature of the failure, however, does not matter. What does matter is that the crew are notified that the message cannot be validated. Now, here we have an extremely important point to consider. Operating aircraft is first and foremost about safety, not security. Therefore, while in traditional information security an invalid message would normally not be delivered, it would just be blocked. In the safety context, we must display the original message along with the notification that it was not validated. And then it's up to the air crew or air traffic control based on the direction to initiate dialogue to establish what is correct. I am not going to talk much about GNSS resilience strategies because we will have a separate presentation on this subject on Wednesday by my colleague. But I have some 5 or 6 quick slides. GNSS, the Global Navigation Satellite System, is essential for performance-based navigation and supports navigation applications in all phases of flight. Automatic dependent surveillance broadcast or automatic dependent surveillance contract, those systems, they rely on GNSS for accurate positioning. GNSS also enhances airborne safety net systems, collision avoidance, and terrain awareness systems. GNSS improves the efficiency and accuracy of locating distressed aircraft or vessels during search and rescue operations. And moreover, GNSS is crucial for time synchronization in various CNS ATM systems and plays a vital role in unmanned aircraft systems operations. GNSS offers numerous benefits to aviation, including accurate positioning and timing information. Precise navigation allows for optimized routes and reduced fuel consumption. GNSS enables more efficient use of airspace and improved traffic management, thus increasing overall system capacity. With multiple satellite constellations, GNSS offers worldwide coverage, ensuring reliable positioning services across the globe. Well, however, GNSS signals are susceptible to interference, both intentional, that is jamming, and unintentional, well, that can also be jamming, which can compromise system reliability and accuracy. Well, this slide shows what jamming is: intentional broadcasting of radio signals at GNSS frequencies, which can disrupt services, posing as a significant threat to both navigation and timing. Well, I'm not in full agreement with it. Jamming can be unintentional. You can do unintentional jamming, of course, but that's a different story. Spoofing, the broadcast of GNSS-like signals that cause avionics to calculate erroneous positions and provide false guidance. This more sophisticated form of interference can be particularly dangerous, as it may go undetected by the receiver and by the user of the receiver. Now, you are all aware of the extensive GPS jamming aviation has been experiencing lately. You can access real-time maps on the internet showing the status as it is today, harnessing data from ADS-B receivers. Same with spoofing. As now that GPS spoofing is becoming a widespread problem as well, not only by state actors. We are seeing consumer-grade electronics, which, for instance, software-defined radios, which can be leveraged using code that is publicly available on the internet, on GitHub, and instructions available on the internet as well that an 8-year-old can follow to spoof. Okay, to enhance the resilience of PNT systems, we are pursuing two strategies. Complementary PNT. This concept was introduced 3 years ago through Assembly Resolution 41-8C, and it was updated during this last assembly, ICAO assembly, now in September. Is now 42-8C. Inertial sensors and DME are considered to be the most suitable near-term technologies for mitigating GNSS radio frequency interference. Alternative PNT, alternative sources to provide guidance as appropriate to maintain safe and efficient operations in case of GNSS outages. Things we are looking into is improving the DME standards and other provisions as necessary to optimize APNT functions while preparing for an efficient transition and looking further into the future. Okay. Okay, so for the last bit of this presentation, I will touch slightly on what is going on currently with CNS standardization at ICAO. We have 4 panels that work with CNS and spectrum. The communications panel, data communications infrastructure working group. Why the long name? Well, there was an experiment some years ago to bring together an ATM panel, uplink panel, and the aeronautical communications panel. It didn't really work out, so we have now 2 panels with long names, both communications panel and working group name. That is, yes. So, yeah. Then we have the navigation systems panel, surveillance panel, frequency spectrum management panel. The frequency spectrum management panel doesn't really do much standardization, a little bit. Mainly it works works with the spectrum defense activities. To support the work of these panels, we have the Integrated CNS and Spectrum Task Force, which I had some slides on earlier. A task force that we started in just after COVID started, so it was not maybe very efficient in time, but now we have a deliverable. And a we have a supporting panel that is very essential now to the work of the CPDCIWG, that is the Trust Framework Panel. That has been developing the Trust Frameworks methodology. And also assisting with implementing it in everything that the CPDCIWG is doing now. And it's also working with the Navigation Systems Panel, for instance, to work with the SPAS to ensure that the SPAS downlink signal can be authenticated. So this is what the CPDCIWG is working on currently. They have delivered an amendment to Annex 10, Volume 3 on relating to ATN IPS, that is the Internet Protocol Services. These new provisions, they become applicable now in a few weeks. They have in progress an amendment on updates to the SATCOM standards that are introducing improvements to the performance provisions of these SATCOM SARPs, essentially keeping them in line with the state of the art of what the satellite providers can provide us with. These draft SARPs, they have gone out for state consultation. We expect comments to come back from states by the end of this month, and then they will continue onwards. And I expect that these standards, they will become applicable. I don't remember if it's 2026 or 2027 that we are aiming for. In addition, SARPs are being progressed on WiMAX-like network that is called Aeromax. This is actually, these standards already exist, but now we are actually moving from WiMAX to LTE, which is a more modern standard. It's the same as it's used in 4G and even in early 5G implementations. They are developing a SARPs for a system that will a system that actually can do communication and navigation at the same time in the L band, in the DME band. These standards, they have actually been conceived quite some time ago, but there is a lot of work to be done to ensure that they can be implemented safely in the DME band without negatively affecting the necessary and current services that are there, namely DME and SSR, secondary surveillance radar. So there is coordination going on between the panels to see if there are updates needed to those standards, or if there are updates needed to existing DME and SSR in the worst case, in which case it would be a longer-term project. Space-based VHF, which some of you may have heard of, that is essentially just taking the VHF ground stations and put them on low-flying satellites. And thus, the VHF comm could be provided even over the oceans or over remote regions where you don't have VHF infrastructure. Voice over IP, air-ground networks. A number of manuals are being progressed to support the SARPs that are being rolled out. Actually, I think all of these manuals that we have on this slide, they were developed with the support of the Trust Framework Panel. They relate to cyber resilience or the Trust Framework methodology, some of them. Oops, I think I forgot to. This is a slide I was talking about earlier. I'm doing a disjointed thing here. Apologies for that. So these are the manuals I was talking about that the comms panel is working on. They are just about to be just about to come out, these manuals. Okay, NSP. So the navigation systems panel is now busy beyond imagination because of all the GNSS excitement that has been going on. So what they are working on is a number of strategies to increase resilience, as you can imagine. These SARPs you see on this slide, they are already becoming applicable now in a couple of weeks. This work is done. These improvements will be there. Advanced receiver autonomous integrity monitoring, some update to the GPS SARPs, update to existing provisions for the Galileo SARPs. Amendment to the DME coverage to make it more, DME deployment more efficient to support PPN. And frequency assignment planning and utilization for ILS, VOR, DME, and GBAS. This is to make the frequency assignment management of these systems more efficient. Let me see. The things that they are working on. Update to the GNSS manual, adding guidance on the detection, reporting, and resolution of GNSS radio frequency interference. Develop CONOPS for next generation equipment functions to improve navigation service robustness in the presence of such interference. Update to Annex 10 Volume 1, adding adding functions to indicate whether, for instance, data message authentication capability. This would be a cyber capability. Update to adding standards for vertical ARAIM. And they have just agreed on a new job card to start work on complementary positioning, navigation, and timing solutions, both for when using improved inertial sensors, and to improve the existing DME provisions. APNT solutions, again, improving DME and other provisions. Surveillance panel. We have a big amendment in progress currently on ADSB version 3. This includes a number of improvements to provide autonomous distress tracking support, information to support future interval management operations, broadcast of aircraft-based derived weather data, broadcast of lost C2 link state for UAS or ARPAS, broadcast of spectrum monitoring data. As you know, SSR, it operates on a single frequency or system. The aircraft transmits on on 1090, the ground transmits on 1030, and in certain regions, this is a problem because of congestion. Functionality to support suborbital vehicle operations. What does this mean? This means that now the altitude indication in the ATSB message can go up to suborbital levels. And supporting this, we are actually proposing a deletion of the old SSR Mode S data link provisions that you have in Annex 10, Volume 3, because an SSR Mode S data link is not efficient. Each SSR message, for those that don't know, SSR Mode S message, it includes 56 useful bits for payload. That's it. Or if it's an extended Squitter message, then it's 112 useful bits. And with all the collisions, this is a stochastic system. Well, the throughput you would get, it's horrible. So this provision is being deleted. And then we have more work in progress. We have ACAS 3, which is introducing provisions that will be specifically useful for drones. For instance, now with ACAS or TCAS, as you know, the resolution advisories indicate that that one aircraft must go up, the other aircraft must go down in case of them coming too close. The new provisions, they will add an advisory to go left or right as well. And this is simply a reaction to the foreseen much more congested environment. And ADSB in provisions. Okay, next one. More work on the surveillance panel. So you may have heard of required surveillance performance or performance-based communications and surveillance. Well, this is not the same as the required surveillance specification, because those parameters, PPCS or RSP, they were actually derived from ADS-C, which is a comlink. So it's not a true surveillance metric. But now the surveillance panel is working on developing that kind of a metric. And updates to the ACAS manual to support the introduction of ACAS 3, and so on. Progressing provisions, interval management, working on transferring flight test guidance from 9924 to doc 8071, which is a more logical location for that. And working on some documents for publication, as you can see. Let me see. I'm almost out of time, and that's good. This is actually the last slide. Frequency spectrum management panel. Rarely works on standards, I said, but yes, they have been working on standards for wireless avionics intracommunications. Some of you may have heard of the system. It actually is intended to replace wiring inside of aircraft. It's not for communication outside of the aircraft. It's to reduce the weight of aircraft or to link systems that is hard to interconnect with wiring inside of aircraft, and it uses safety spectrum. It's for safety-related use only. Those standards, they are already approved, and they are becoming applicable in a couple of weeks. We are working on SARPs for radio altimeters. And some of you are, I'm sure, very much aware of the excitement we are having with radio altimeters and the need to protect their spectrum from 5G rollout, which is becoming a difficulty. And this difficulty has been made worse by the fact that there are no SARPs. There were never any SARPs necessary because there is no interoperability issue. These are standalone systems. These are primary radars. The problem, however, is that if we are to have a believable source to defend the systems in ITU, and if we are to have something strong enough with strong enough power to work with the manufacturers of the equipment, we need SARPs. And so yes, we are working on those SARPs. They will not be available in time for the next World Radio Conference, unfortunately, where we will have a big fight to maintain the spectrum for those systems. But we are doing the best we can. Apart from that, yes, FSMP works. They develop our positions for that. Then ICAO goes out and promotes and defends in the ITU World Radio Communication Conference process. But we need people in the delegations of states. ICAO is an observer. ICAO can give information. ICAO does not make decisions. So we need you people working with your radio regulators. But I have a whole different presentation on this on Wednesday. So that's it, except for a conclusion that, well, we must collaborate to create unified strategies for CNS and spectrum. We must continuously modernize our CNS systems and infrastructure to maintain continued and sufficient access to the finite and scarce spectrum resource. Our operations must remain agile and resilient and capable of continuing operations during planned and unplanned outages, recent examples being the jamming and spoofing of GNSS. We must streamline the framework of CNS standardization to foster innovation while maintaining interoperability. Interoperable digital trust frameworks via common policies, methods, and technical requirements are essential to allow resilient and secure civil aviation data exchange. We need to cater to innovations such as drones, urban air mobility platforms, and other emerging technologies in a timely manner to ensure safe integration into the global airspace. I hope I did not manage to. Thank you. I do not believe we have time for questions. I think I ate up all my time. But I'm here for the whole week, so happy to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan, for that very eye-opening and insightful presentation. I think we should give him another round of applause. That was really remarkable. We will now go into a very important part of the day, and that is, of course, lunch. Our lunch break will be between 1 and 2. Lunch is served at the restaurant area just up the stairs on the first floor. There's also another section just across called Crystal 4, and there will be ushers and also signage to help guide you there. We will be back in the auditorium and seated for our panel discussion by 2 p.m. sharp. The panel discussion is for all delegates and not just women. We hear there was some confusion on that. Thank you. We can go for lunch. Thank you.
Oh, I have just this is one of the speakers. My boss, then I have also one of the speakers. So I decided to separate the speakers so that I can. So when I'm only just they will get lost, I decided to just push. I think something I have to I think I know that I did. After them. She's at the ETA. So you see, you must look across. You see the navigation across. I'll be teaching.